Alrighty. Okay, so we are installing Visual Studio Community 2022 Preview. It's funny how it's 2022 Preview. It should be 2025, but we're just about finished with this. And we will go Visual Studio, online repository. All right, what I am going to do I don't want to create a new project. Grr. All right, let's go to this one. And we'll go to repos, files, clone, copy. All right, so when this finishes, we will clone on this computer. So we'll give it another couple of minutes. And we'll get started. Last time I left off at the sound engine. And as I had mentioned on my Twitch stream, I did get the audio engine initialized, and we now have a splash screen. So as soon as it comes up, I will walk you through what I did offline in about an hour. To get that started. And the reason why it took me an hour is because I had to. It's one of those things that you don't do often, so I had to go look it up. But once I had all the components, basically, I was trying to initialize on the main menu screen. And that's not entirely where we should be initializing everything, because some things are not in place yet. So what I do is I create an in-between loading screen. It gives us the ability to load our engines without having to worry about, okay, when you start up the app, you're going to play a sound? No, the splash screen allows you to load that engine and maybe have a couple of seconds delay before you go into the main menu. So as you can see, we're at 90%, so it'll only take another minute or so. So just bear with us. And I will skip the update available. However, what I will do, you know what? I do need, since I'm installing this brand new and I have ReSharper, what I need to do is go into VS Community. It'll tell me that there's an update for ReSharper. Then I'll launch the ReSharper installation, which will give me the option of installing it for Visual Studio Community 2022 preview, which will get us all up and running. So that's the path that I will take. So if the update shouldn't take too long. But these are the things that you would normally have to do on a regular basis. I have not logged into this laptop in approximately a month and a half, just because I've been so super busy. So we've got 98%. And then we'll get to 100% and finishing up, which will take another minute if Microsoft is as predictable as I think they are. 99, finishing up. Now this computer's a lot faster than my other one. That's why I'm on it. If anyone has a suggestion, I want to go. I know that i3, i5, and i7 are basically all the same CPU. I didn't tell you to. Maybe later. Okay. Clone a repository. We'll paste. It's probably because I'm we're going to log in. Come on. Clone a repository. repository. You know what? We're going to... It's supposed to give me... Okay. Okay. See, I don't know why it failed. And as you can see, we don't have ReSharper here. But as soon as... All right, we've got all of our solution in here. So we will shut this down. Update all. So we're getting really close. So let me go into YouTube Studio, Art of Code, allow, get started. Alrighty, so let's go into well, am I streaming? All right. Retry. Continue. All right, let me switch account, Art of Code. All right, so it does say that I am live. Okay. Switch account. Okay, so I'm in the live chat. Okay. Oh, I will be able to see anyone chatting. So as you can see, we have just a tad bit of time. But once we get this done, we'll be able to rock and roll. As you can tell, it's not that I'm neglectful or anything like that. I've just been super busy with work. Just yesterday, they called at 3:30 in the morning on a Saturday. Needless to say, I worked for 3 hours. And I say worked for 3 hours. I was waiting for other people to become available to restart the system. Now, art of code. If you have code and it's broken, you analyze it, you fix it. You don't quibble over budget. First rule of Code Club, you fix your problems because it will cost you in the future if you don't tackle it now. Yeah, you might say, oh, it's going to cost so much money to fix this. Yeah. And if that same thing happens over and over and over again, or if it will cost you to mitigate it repeatedly, it will cost you reputation. So if you have a product, if your product is constantly crashing, no matter how good it is, people are not going to want it. They're going to complain about it. And when people complain, word gets around. So pay attention. Now, if you really neglect your coding, such as not keeping up with the current platform, hardware, whatever, expect your stuff to perish. You will spend more time, more energy, more money keeping it running than it would have been to just keep up with the hardware and software requirements. Alrighty, so we are moving a lot faster. So we got 67% done. We will open up the community and upgrade ReSharper. Install it into Visual Studio Community 22 Preview at the same time. That'll take about 2 to 3 minutes. But after that, we will be ready to go to start looking at code. So is everybody ready? Now, My code is simple. Let me repeat that. My code is simple. It may look complicated, but it's simple. It's just organized correctly. And I will explain why as we go through it. But unlike certain languages, it is much easier to follow. And that's also the reason why I'm going to show you clean code with the ReSharper tool. Sorry about that. The train goes by about every 15 minutes. 15-20 minutes. So we're at 89%. Well, hello there. Oh, good grief. Oh, good grief. I'm going to mute. All right. So we are almost there. Finishing up. Usually finishing up takes like 5 minutes on my desktop. So coming over here and it only taking 30 seconds or so makes me really feel like I need to update my All right. So we will launch this. We'll load just a simple. All right. Okay. Come on. All right. Let's get our notifications. It's going to tell me that ReSharper has an update. There we go. All right, check for updates. There we go. All right, so let's go ahead and close this. We don't need that. Wait just long enough, and we will install it into 2022 preview. Didn't wait long enough. There we go. So you only have to do this about once a quarter. As I said, I haven't really done much of anything on the laptop. But now that I'm getting back into the swing of things, I am going to be broadcasting more often, programming more often, and having just a general, I mean, this is a hobby. Alrighty. I mean, we're really moving. All right, get that done. Alrighty. So we will launch Visual Studio Community Preview. Close this. Open this. All right, we've got ReSharper in here, and we're going to go into, I'll just accept them. Now, as you can see, customize menu, save and restart. Because I don't want ReSharper in the extensions menu. I want it in its own menu. All right, we got our ReSharper menu. Go into the extension manager. Just want to make sure everything is there. If not, I'll enable the ones that I use often. It probably okay. Exceptional, humanizer, XML doc inspections. Okay. I'll do that one. StyleCop is still here. I may uninstall it just because sometimes it conflicts. MVVM helper, cognitive complexity, recommended, MS test, clean code, enhanced tooltip, and mock complete. I have read and understood. It'll connect. Now, the core is because it didn't load because .NET Core 2.1 has been deprecated and the library removed. So we'll have to add it back. Which is a bummer. and it was because it's just out of support. What I am just trying to do is convert an existing application. All right, so we will restart. Alrighty. So .NET Standard 2.0. So it did work. Alrighty. So let's just run and see if we get a startup.
Good job.
All right, we've got a startup. All right, so we are going to go to page, splash page. And as you can see, it is basically let's get rid of all the unnecessary junk. Let's go ahead and get rid of that. Get rid of that. All right, so we're going to properly document. We're going to use this everywhere in solution. Clean all that up. Alrighty, so as you can see, we didn't have many. So as you can see, we are going to go look at cover. All right, inspect. There we go. Code issues and solution. And as you can see, we don't have very many. So let's go ahead and clean those up while we have. All right, this is boilerplate code. So there's nothing I can do about this. All right. So and the language. And returns. And I guess this is visible. Right, why is this complaining? Oh, okay. So we're going to inspect or disable it in the file. Now, if you see, we have no more warnings. You know what? I'm going to do this. Okay. So as you can see, we're going to save that. All right, we're down to 2. All right, so let's do. You might wonder why I have a separate visibility or opacity converter for each one? And it's a good question. And this is to ensure that we can set them separately from each other instead of it conflicting. So if we want to change it in the future, it's its own. All right, so we are going to set this to disable in file. All right, so rescan. Title and description. Okay, we've got a whole bunch of okay, so this is complaining that it doesn't understand where the data context is coming from. But as you can see, the path is getting it from the splash view model. And the splash view model has a loaded command. So what I can do is X data type splash I splash view model. All right, let's go up to this one then. All right, now it's complaining. All right, so let's see how we can fix this. Da, da, da. We could just all right, so we're going to set mode equals one way. file. Mode one time. All right, so now we are no warnings. All right, so unable to resolve, and unable to resolve. And we'll get to those when we get to those pages. But we were mainly looking at code we could clean up. Okay. Okay, so inspection. Let's see. What kind of there we go. Got rid of that one. Gets the services. All right, we've documented that one. Gets the current app object. Okay, so we've corrected that. All right, we're going to fix that. Okay. Change the naming rule because I don't like the underscore. Just a personal preference. Alrighty. So we do have to get this upon startup. So I'm going to disable once. That's okay. All right, so we're now down to 204. All right. All right. We're going to go add. Okay. So now we have fixed all of that. We're now down to 199. Matter of fact, we will save all. All right. So we're going to All right, so we've got that. Let's go ahead and clean this up. Let's document this. All right, update that to the new. Properly document this. And let's go ahead. All right. All right. So I haven't figured out whether I want to use the names or have a dictionary and we have certain values. This lends itself to scripting. So we will leave. All right. So all right. So we've got all of those. All right. So we've got all of our. You know what? I'm gonna. Okay. So that'll get rid of that warning because we're. I know we're using an obsolete, but we are just trying to get it to work. So let's go ahead. 199 down to 189. All right. So go ahead and get rid of those. Get rid of these. No, I did not want autocomplete. Gets the sound ID. Gets the volume level. All right. All right, so we're at 179 now. All right, so we will go look for class in interface. Don't need that. Delete. All right, 176. Let's go ahead. 167. All right, let's go ahead. I'm not being consistent here. Let's go ahead and fix that. Okay, so we've got some unused. All right, which flashcards core class? I can remove this. All right, down to 162. Okay, so we've pretty much cleaned up about a third of it. You know what? We are going to do this. All right. So a lot of these, if you notice, unit test doesn't have anything. So we're going to start doing it. All right, so this is core unit test. Add folder. Model. Because we're going to mirror those. Service. View model. All right, so as you can see, iSplash view model, never used, only implementations are used. Okay, so we're going to do new item. Splash view model tests. Okay. Public. All right, and we are going to test class. All right, so now we have test class, test method, public void standard constructor succeeds test. Arrange, act, assert. Okay, so we are going to create a new test base class. Because there's some stuff that we are going to do often, but we are going to need just a second. I need to get up for a moment. All right. Okay. So all right. So we're going to do this. All right. Okay, so this is an abstract class. And let me just make sure we have mock installed. Yes, we do. Public abstract class. How about 1A? There we go. Private read-only list mocks to verify. All right, let's latest. All right, so we're going to document. This is just a helper class. All right, and that's for future. So what we will do is we will document. All right, so now that is the text context. All right, protected static void test class cleanup base. And this cleans up the base class after testing, should be called from the child classes class cleanup method. All right, so let's go ahead and implement that, which is a no up for now. All right, so there is a method that we are going to do, and that is a protected mock T. I don't want create and register T, where, there we go. And that var mock equals new mock T. This mocks to verify, add mock. So what this does, it creates and registers it with the mocks to verify. And then when we are running our test, this will go through the process of verifying all of those mocks. So instead of having a new mock, add mock, and then worrying about verifying all of the mocks, this abstract class ensures all of that is done. So instead of newing up a new mock, we're going to call create and register every time. That way we only have to do it in one spot. So let's go ahead and document creates a new mock of type T, registers it for verification, and returns it. All right, and then we've got the type of mock to create and the new mock. All right, now return mock. And we will go ahead and properly give it some space. It's always good to separate the return from all the rest of your code, just so it's easier to read. I like easy to read code because you are not going to be working on this forever. Someone else may come along after you. So always be mindful of other. So let's see. Well, we will do test cleanup base. Funny how it remembered or predicted that was what I was going to do. Cleans up the base class between tests. should be called from the child classes cleanup method. Well, test cleanup. Okay. And then this will do remember what I said? This mocks to verify for each S mock verify all this. And then we also have, and this is not a static, oh, verify all. Duh. All right. This box to verify clear. Then weak reference messenger default unregister all. That way we also clean up the dangling messages. We default reset. So this just cleans up. Okay, so we've got that. So let's go back over to our Splash View Models tests. And we are going to derive it from test base. Now we get all of those things for free. Okay, so Splash View Model. Let's go ahead and document the injected sound service. All right. The loaded command. All right. So as you can see, it's all starting to look clean. I don't know. Clean up the unused. All right, we are going to clean this up also. And we're going to group these together. So all of the FlashCards core interface or so basically you do it by library. All right, so we have a couple of things, and as you can see, we have a loaded command. You know what? I'm going to document that. The gets the loaded command. All right. And as you can see, we have no errors or warnings. So as you can see, we're down to 175. And we've added code. So it might have gone up a little bit, but we've added code. So we're sort of keeping up. This will okay, so as you can see, it added a bunch of so if I did saved all, see it 167, now we're down to 170. Okay, so we're almost keeping up with every single one of them that we've added, but we've added a significant so what we will do is we will delete that one because we have a test. So as you can see, now we're down to 168. So we've basically only added this one, which is already here. All right, so there we go. Okay, so here is what we're going to do. Splash Remodel has a constructor, and it injects the sound service. So we are going to have some test overhead. Class cleanup, public static void, test class cleanup. Test class cleanup base. All right, so that's one. Cleans up the test class. All right, so we will come down to the next one. Public static void test class initialize test context test initialize base context. You see how we're just passing everything. All right. And so whenever we create a new tests class, we will have this boilerplate code that we can just copy over. And I will show you how to do that in just a moment. Test, initialize, public test, initialize. This test, initialize base. Wait, that wasn't what it. Void test initialize. There we go. Autocomplete sometimes. Did I misspell that? I did not put in protected void test initialize base. How in the world did I miss that? This one's a no op too. Just reserved. Because see, all of your tests will have this. So what we will do is just properly document. All right. Let's see. So let's make sure we. Let's see. Did I? Yeah, I don't know how I missed that. All right, so we've got this. All right, let's. Okay, so we do have something to do in this one. So because we have to have the mock for the sound service, because this test method will need to have a sound service. So let's go ahead and private mock sound service mock, and that this sound service mock equals this create and register sound service. See how that's cool? Now, whenever we want to create a new a new test, this will make sure that each one has a brand new sound service created, registered, and ready to go. So for every test, we're also going to create private splash view model. View model, because we're going to call it view model because we're going to do a lot of copy and paste. You know what? I'm just going to properly document it. Always good to document as you go along. All right. Now it's going to complain. Oh, and we're going to make it nullable. Okay, so the act is already completed. So what we're going to do is assert is not null this view model. Name of this view model should not have returned null. Okay, so we now actually have a working test. All right, so we are creating one every single time with the sound service mock. And what we should do is mark it nullable. And now 165. So we're going down. And if you notice, cover all. All right. And as you can see, our first test passes. Cool, huh? All right. So we go to P sharper cover show open coverage snapshot. Oh, nope. I want to see, is it window? Aha, unit test coverage. There we go. So we have actually covered 10% of our application so far. And we haven't really done anything. Okay, so that's just the standard constructor. It doesn't test a whole lot, but it's a start. So we are going to do the next thing. And let me move my computer. Okay, this is a little bit better. All right. So decided to put it on my desk and work this way. You know what? Give me just a moment. be right there. Um, okay. I just realized that I could be working with a second monitor. Let's see if I have. Yes, I do. I do have one. Awesome. No cable. Let's see if that one works. I have to look for the one that has power and Type C2. What? So it's not going. Huh? So this is not a. All right. So let's do this. I thought that was a C display output. So we will learn. We will learn. Let's go ahead and plug this one in. Let's see if this works. bear with me. I am trying to find the appropriate cables, and evidently all I can find is charging cables, not data cables. So, let's see, that is an HDMI mini. All right, hold on just a moment. All right. HDMI to HDMI mini. And we have a second monitor. Makes it a little bit better. So let me. All right. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We are now cooking with gas. I have my desk, I have my second monitor, and we have our first unit test. Let me just real quick move that over, give myself a little bit more space. Too many cables. There's one thing that can be said for concurrent or cable management. So, oh, let me go ahead and lower the microphone. How about now? Is that better? Let's try that. Okay, that's, well, okay, testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. We should be testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, 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 testing. Okay, I'm not blowing everyone's ears out. Okay, so we have a splash view model, and I am going to go over. Oh, you know what? I am going to pin this to taskbar so I can open it up easily the next time. Okay, so we have the splash view model, and as you can see, we now have indicators that this is covered right here. One test passed, and as you can see, 24% of it is covered, and that's because these properties have not been tested. So we've got 3 properties, 6 lines. So they're nothing but gets and sets. So we will come back over to here, and what we're going to do is first add region test overhead. And region test overhead. Okay, so what we're going to do is copy or cut that out, put that in there so we can collapse it. So when we create new tests for other models, we can just copy and paste this and then change the test initialize with the right setup. So, all right. So let's go ahead and get rid of this extra space as we don't need it. It's all one. I could say arrange, act, and assert all in one line, but because now we need to add another test method. And we're going to call this public void all getters and setters succeed test. All right. You know what? I just realized. Hold on. My. There we go. My watch is in power saving mode. So I'm going to charge it up while sitting here. All right, arrange, act, and assert. Always start with us. So what we are going to do is create a constant for, let's see, let's we don't need test base open anymore. We will move this over, move this over. All right, so we've got our tests, our interface, and our model. So let's look at the interface. Splash text is a string. Expected splash text equals some splash text. Okay, so the next one is a splash stage. So const splash stage type expected splash stage type equals, just pick one. We're just setting it to make sure. All right, so when we're doing a all getters, and setters, we are going to also test what the initial values are. So out of the box, they're probably going to be either empty or null. So assert initial. Assert R equal. Oh, you know what? Is null. And that would be this view model splash text. And because it's null, can be nullable, we're going to say we know that it's not going to be null, so assert R equal this view model splash stage, and then what we're going to do is const splash stage type expected initial splash stage type equals splash stage type 0. All right. Don't want to type all of that all over again. All right. Name of this view model splash text should have an initial value of null. Name of this view model splash stage should have an initial value of expected initial splash stage type. And then is there another is loading complete? Should be false. So assert is false. This view model is loading complete. Name of this view model is loading complete. Should have an initial value of false. All right, we have done this, and then we're not going to test the loaded value after. We're only because that's part of another test. So we're going to copy this down here. And we're going to okay, so we've tested this. Now what we're going to do is we're going to this view model splash text equals expected splash test. Text. Wow. Okay. All right. So we will now be able to test whether this was, and we're going to do this correctly. Okay. So let's go ahead and, all right, splash text value, expected. See, expected, then your property name and value. That's the way it should be. Why is that telling me? Change naming rule. Why are constants not camel case? Save. All right. Let's go ahead and fix this. All right. And typecast is redundant. All right. So remove cast. All right. So I don't like that sound. I really don't like that sound. Hold on. Just want to make sure. Okay, so we're good. It's just my personal email. I don't get many, but all right. So all getters and setters. Splash stage. Well, that's because we didn't set the value. So that's why you do unit testing. It tests to see if you've done things correctly. And as you can see, we now have splash view model. All right, so we have only the loaded command. We tested the getter, so that's why it's at 50%. The setter still hasn't been tested yet, but that's in the loaded command. So let's create the next test. Test method, public void loaded command succeeds test. Arrange, act, assert. All right, so this view model loaded command execute. No. Okay. So, technically, we have something that works, or should work. Let's go ahead. And as you can see, we're now up to 94%. Assert R equal expected is loaded value. Oh, is loading complete. This view model is loading complete. Name of view model should have returned expected. All right, and const bool expected is equals true. All right, let's see if we succeed. No, wonder why. Well, I know why. Because you see how we're not using it. So on page loaded, this is loading complete equals true. So the last thing we needed to do was check to see is loading complete. All right, cover unit test session. Bingo, we went from 94% to 100%. Now, as you can see, splash stage is set to initialization. So technically, we've got an initialization and the splash text. We initialize, then we play a sound as a test. That's going to come out after. So most likely, what we will have is some sort of startup sound. But we've got it working and tested. And on the splash page, we don't have a hmm. So, in order to go from the splash page to the main page, main menu, we need to have some way to do that. So what I would do is send a, after the sound service is initialized, what we will do is we will take this out and we will let's just go ahead and you see how the sound service initialize async? We're also going to test, where's my end key? Okay, function end. Have to get used to that on the key. This sound service mock verify s initialize times at times once. Oh, sound service mock object initialize should have been called once. So this will also test to see if the loaded command succeeds test. Okay, so we've documented all green, all green. Let's go ahead and run just to make sure. So this tests to see if we have called initialize on the sound service. That's all it does, is tests to see whether it was called. And it was called once. So if somebody were to break that by taking out the call to initialize, so let's say if I commented out, I'm a bad programmer, I don't work well with others, I change code, and this is what's going to happen. My unit tests are going to fail because initialize async should have been called once. So if somebody makes a mistake and turns off something, comments it out, whatever, this is what unit tests are designed to do. It's just to, now, if they update the unit test to say, I'm no longer calling this, then it would pass. But if you are doing that, you're going to be initializing it somewhere else, and you're going to be writing a whole bunch more code. You intend to do it. That's why a second pair of eyes is always good to have a code review. However, my code review is my unit tests. So when I am writing my code, this is what I'm intending to do. Okay, so next step, get from the splash screen to the main menu. So we have a service, and we don't have a navigation service. So guess what? That's the next thing we will do. Okay. Add class. Navigation. Page navigation service. Okay. So we're going to, now this may sound like over engineering, but it is better to have a little bit of over engineering than and start from the very beginning with a very lightweight system than have to come back and say, well, I should have thought about that a long time ago, and now I have to re-engineer 26 different pages to now use a navigation service. No, all of your main functions should be testable. So we're going to have a page navigation service. And that page navigation service is going to have a constructor. Right now it's no op, because we don't know what's going to be in here. However, public void initialize. And most likely, now the page navigation service should we use messages Or should we use a service? With an API. I prefer the API. So that's what we will do. Okay. However, now we're in core. We don't know anything about Windows at all. We don't want to know anything about Windows. Windows should do Windows. So, what we're going to do is we've created a page navigation service, and then we're going to have an initialize public void navigate to page string. Page to navigate to. Or how about destination page? All right. So we will have an initialize, which will allow for the service to start, and we'll have a navigate to page. Now, we're going to have an interface. So let's go ahead and refactor. Oh, refactor. Extract interface. Its own file. Select public. And it will create iPage navigation service. However, we're going to move that to iPage navigation service in the interface. Did it do it? Refactor, move. Oh, okay. So it's already there. That's odd. So we will very weird. Public navigate to page. String destination page. Void initialize. All right, so Okay, so it all works. Let me just cover current. Everything compiles. Good. All right. So in the Splash View model, didn't I say that we were going to then page navigation service, navigate to page, main page. Okay. Create field. Page navigation service. And then we're going to label this read only. Going to move that up to the top because we put all of the initialize from constructor. All right, so we inject it. Let's go ahead and, well, let's, all right, so rule of thumb, try to keep them in alphabetical order. So in this case, page navigation service needs to move up because it's in alphabetical order. All right, and we're going to param name sound service. The sound service. All right. So we've properly documented. Now, so that it works upon startup, we need to go into here. And we've got a services, add singleton, because we really want to use the same, and we're going to call this Windows page navigation service. All right, so we're creating a Windows specific page navigation service. So just like we did down here, All right. Let's go ahead and rename this. And as you can see, we're going to derive it from page navigation service. So as you can see, we have a couple of errors, and we don't want to use that one. We want to use this one. There is no direct conversion. That should All right, let's see. How do we solve this? Windows Page Navigation Service derives from Page Navigation Service, which, do I just need that? No, because I was going to say the base All right. Get rid of that error. Come on. There we go. All right, so the unit test has been updated. We now have all right, let's go back to app.xaml. Aha! Add singleton. Let's do this. Okay, so we're going to move to the interface. Okay, get rid of that. All right, so page navigation service, go to definition. So we should be able to remove those. Right, got that. Let's build. All right, Windows page navigation service. Implement missing members. Base. Initialize. All right. Build. Now, page navigation service is no longer needed here. Delete. All right. Let's see. It does not implement interface. Huh? Build. Aha. Typo. Okay, so let's start debugging. Just make sure it still works. Page navigation service. All right, so that's fine. That was what was expected. Let's go to Splash View Model, Splash View Model. There we go. What? You know what? I'm going to try something. Hey, that actually works. All right. So let's go ahead and just get rid of this one. All right. So we got our splash screen. It's working. Now, before we navigate, all right, page page navigation service. Initialize. And what we're going to do we're going to root frame. And then we're going to remove that because we are going to do object frame. Let's go back here. Frame is, okay, so it's frame. Windows Page Navigation Service. Frame, var root frame equals frame. And we're going to pass the arguments as well. Arguments. So let's go to let's find out what arguments is. Yep, it's a string. Okay, so we have initialize, and it's calling. Go to implementation, go to definition. Void initialize object frame string arguments. Okay, so that's an overload. Okay. And we're going to cast it to I Windows page navigation service. Oh, wait. There we go. So technically, we should be able to get the same navigation to the root frame. All right, so we just need to go into the Windows page navigation service. Public void navigate to page string page, destination page. All right, so what we're going to do is here frame root frame equals null. This root frame. All right, we're getting closer. This root frame. And now we're going to do a switch destination page, case, splash page, all right, and now, did you notice something? This now can call navigate to page, splash page, arguments. All right, so break, case, main menu page. Is that main menu page or main page? Main page. This root frame, navigate, type of main page, arguments. All right. Default break. Do nothing. All right. So we have main navigation service or Windows page navigation service. And it has All right. So, you know what? All right. So we've got our frame. Now we come in here. This should initialize. And we've got remove redundant. All right. Let's go ahead and properly document this. The root frame. All right. So all right, so we've got destination page, the arguments. Yes, I don't type very fast, but to be perfectly honest, I'm lucky I can type. All right, so let's document this. All right. And this is telling me redundant switch. All right, that's fine. All right, so let's go to unit test sessions. Everything still working? Deploy. And you saw we are still navigating to the splash page. Now, if we want to see it navigate from the view model, splash page view model. Where's the splash page view model? All right. Splash view model. Navigate to page. Main page. So, let's see if we. All right, so we've destination is splash page. And we do not hit the next page, the next. So let's go to I don't see any errors. So let's go to the splash remodel. Let's stop right here. Page navigation service. Page navigation service. It's, you know what? Let me just reverse those so that they're in the right order. Da, da, da. Yep, let's debug. Start debugging. All right. Navigate the page. So let's go ahead and navigate into it. Aha! Navigate the page. Did you notice this? Main page. Main page. How about if we do this? Okay, so we've got a problem with this. Page navigation service and Windows page navigation service. And what we're going to do is register page navigation service will return this. Not this specifically, but so that's static. Okay. Duh. Okay, add singleton, page navigation service, Windows page navigation service. I wonder if I can get rid of this now. I don't know. We'll try it. There's got to be a way to. Okay. And that makes sense. Okay. We are not going navigate to page. Let's just go to page navigation service. Go to definition. String arguments. All right, so define that. No. String arguments. All right. So we probably will not see the splash screen anymore because it'll go by too quickly. But it'll jump right to the main page. Well, after. Yep, we are calling the right one. All right, so if I run this without, start without debugging. Bingo. All right, so we have added, matter of fact, I don't even know if I need a page navigation service per se. Well, I guess I do. Aha. You know what? Virtual. And the Windows navigation service. Okay. Public. Okay. Public. Public. All right. There we go. So we've got our interface. We've got our virtual member for our testing. We have our override. So start without debugging. All right. We've got our startup and everything ready to go. Now comes the fun part. All right, that main view model, we now need to be able to navigate around to the various teaching screens. So let's go to main page. Actually, that's one time. Mode one way, mode one way. All right, data template, X, data type, I main, menu, item, model. I think let's go to model, main, oh, menu item, model. Okay. Title and description. Title. All right, let's see if now it stops complaining. Use directory assets. Okay. All right, we've gotten all of those things taken care of. Let's go to our inspection just. So 165 down to 171. All right, so add to user dictionary. All right, so we got our matter of fact, I don't even know if we need that anymore. Because we've already initialized it. All right, so we have no more hub section center clicked. I don't believe we do. Let's just go ahead and comment that out. I don't think we need it. All right, remove the directives. Move good. 165, we're going back down. We're going to fix this. I don't like all of that sitting in app. Okay, so we're doing pretty good. Alrighty, so let's be able to now the way that DLC works is it's an add-on package. It has it so let's see. Let's go ahead. and I'm going to look up Okay, so okay, so do games and apps. All right, approve. All right, let me. Okay. All right, so it looks like we have to have an add-on manager. Okay, so that means that we need to I'm going to call it add-on service just because I don't like the term manager. Because it is nothing but a service. So what I want to do all right, that's the interface. Let's go up to add class add-on service. All right, now we're going to have a Windows add-on service. Okay, so we got our Windows add-on service. Private store context. Store context equals store context get default. Public async task. Ooh. Alt enter. Check if, oh, I guess I should get products. Oh, store products for current user. Async. Store product result. Result equals await. Store context. Get store products for current app. All right, so if result extended error is not equal to no, return false. All right, if result products okay, so this is where we're going to have the menu items show which ones you have and have not purchased. And this is why you create services and abstract, so that what we can do is we can call this Windows Store add-on service. Okay. And then public class mock store add-on service. And what we could do is, you know what? I'm not even going to call it mock. I am going to call it fake. Okay. Get store product await. Store product. Pro, um, has digital download. Okay. So in-app purchases. Aha. Okay. That's what I needed. That's what I needed. Get associated. Store products. Filter list. Okay. String. Product kinds equals durable, consumable, and unmanaged. Consumable. All right. List, string, filter list equals new list, string, product kinds. Why did it do? Ooh, that's wild. You create an array and then you create a. All right. So why not? I'm looking at the. You know what? I'm just doing this. F this. Microsoft, you really need. Okay. Now, this is. All right. So this method, or I should say this, we're going to have a property, public bool is working. Get set with backing field. This set property ref and we're going to derive this from observable object so that it can have the property. Okay, is working. This is working equals true. this is working equals false. All right, so we've got a way to say whether or not we've got products. All right. So, as you can see, get store products. Let's do a model, add folder, add-on. Okay. And the reason why we have this add-on service is what we can do is have this set up to do our query of all the add-ons, see which ones are purchased. We can have a purchasing system, and hmm, yeah, this can do it all. All right, so get licensed info. Da, da, da. Okay, so I was just looking at so return true. All right, so we've got no errors. We shouldn't have any errors. Okay. So what we want to do is get it into our format. If you notice, this is called the Windows Store add-on service. And I just added a model for add-on. Add class add-on model. Oh, add-on info. Okay. Rename info. Okay, so main model, let's see, let's go to public interface. Let's go to refactor, rename, info. All right, so menu item info, title, description, title, menu, public, string, description. Okay, remember how I said that we have various screens? The menu type really should be page. Page. Let's page. Okay, so let's go to here. Let's move this to page type. And now refactor, move, interface. Da, da, da. Model. Okay. All right, we got that. We got that. It's all good. Menu item info. That should go away. It's because it was in XAML. No one succeeded, and it went away. Okay. So we have started with the page navigation service. As you can see, destination page. You know what? I'm going to do this. Case name of splash page. Let's see if that works. I don't like. Okay. Start debugging. Awesome. All right. So the Windows Page Navigation Service knows of the specific pages that are allowed to be navigated to. We can write our scripts to use strings. So we now have the ability to script. All right. So let me take a look. In-app purchases and trials. Data schemas. Alrighty. I just want to add-on content for Windows Store apps is typically packaged using MSIX technology, which ensures a streamlined installation and update process. Apps that require additional download content can use external packaging to maintain package identity while allowing access to external resources. Okay, that's as clear as mud. Okay, so I am looking at possibly opening up a subscription model where people can subscribe to the app and for like a monthly fee have access to all of the add-ons right out of the bat instead of just having bought each one. Now, that might give a try before you buy, meaning the if you can subscribe to it on a monthly basis, you get all of them for a month. But at the end of that month, it will recur, like for $1.99. But if you want to purchase to have basically forever, you could have a module that you would not be on the subscription. I'm, I'll leave it up to everyone to comment. Which do you think is best? Because I'm going to have a colors, a letters, a numbers, um, sight words. So that's four. And if each one is, let's say, $1.99, that is actually cheaper than physical flashcards. I could even do $2.99. So what we can do is we can mock up the add-on service as just currently. So we can play around as though we actually have the Windows Store and pretend. See, that's the lovely thing about writing wrappers. If you know what the results are going to be, you can write your code without ever having the service, which is really why I don't understand how teams have to wait on the other side to come up with their code. That's BS. So, okay, So we're looking at add-on service. May as well. All right. So we've got the add-on service. Public class add-on service. Okay. And public list I add-on. Really? Internal public I add-on info. Let's rename that. Okay. Public class add-on info. I add-on info. All right. So we have our add-on info. The add-on service. It's going to return a list of add-ons. And we're going to make that a task. And we're going to make it an async task. Okay. All right, so this will work. In other words, it should not have any errors. Okay. So the next episode, what we will do is we will start building out the main menu. And at the between now and then, I will sketch out what the main menu will look like. So I envision that the main menu will have the all right, the base product is going to have colors. I'm going to give that one away. Okay? And yep, I'm thinking that this flashcards is ooh, and if this works on the Xbox, ooh, this might really turn out to be a popular game. Okay, so okay, so the add-on service is going to just get the list of add-ons, and the main menu will have the colors, and then it will have a list of add-ons that you have purchased. If you want to purchase others, it'll show you how to purchase them. Basically, like having a coming soon type. But the content will just be essentially XML. And I'll be able to script out images and text and sounds. Ooh, this might actually work. Okay, so I will sketch out the main menu, how it's going to work, and then we will build it for the next episode. So thanks for watching, guys. This has been fun. Hopefully everyone who sees this after the fact can. I know it's been chaotic, but this is how you design and build at the same time. Yes, it would be best to have all of this stuff done by another team, whatever. But when you're designing software on your own, it is doable. So we will start with the add-on service and the main menu using the add-on service to then send information to the teach. Matter of fact, I think, ooh, ooh, yes, yes. Okay, so we have to start thinking flashcards, generic. And what we will do is we will use colors first. And that will be the first add-on that is free. Okay, everybody, It's been great. I will be back probably tomorrow. So have a good holiday weekend, guys. Try not to get too bogged down and into the weeds with details. Because as I always say, you never get out of life alive, so don't sweat it. Have a good one, guys.